I apologize for the trouble. It's not your fault. I knocked over the security mammoth on the way out. Wait, it is your fault! Are you kidding me? You're like Pippin in the Mines of Moria. It's absolutely your fault. Or Mary, whatever one. You may encounter some raised eyebrows, but do continue to claim the students as your sponsor. All right. I thought I wasn't supposed to do that. Fool of a tia. Fool of a tia. Yeah. Make the gods for scholarch Montichaigne. I absolutely loathe arguing in circles. Yeah, really. Make him the king. What this place needs is a king. You need the king, King Montichaigne. Montichaigne. King Scholarch. King Scholar. My father may be right that I'm still groping in the dark for answers, but I needed him to know that I would never stop searching. I owed that much to Arenvald and myself. Yeah, that was a really touching moment, thinking back to what to Arenvald would happen to him, and then like that conversation that they had. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city. Hell yeah, I want to use that market board right next to Eat the Right. Girl, I don't want to leave. It's more convenient than Limsa. And there's, it feels cleaner, right? It feels like it wouldn't smell as fish as much as Limsa. And our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. Yes, we discovered some important things. Well, Heidelin literally just told me that she is there in the bottom of the ethereal sea. She's there, that's where she's the strongest. I also have a look of dissatisfaction, I'll say, because the overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival, come what may. His father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family? Alphino? Alice? So it is you. When I heard you've been dragged before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad they allowed you to stay. It's your mom? It's your mom? She's just now... Didn't she know you were here? Do you want to talk? You want to tell us about what the hell is going on? Where have you been? You got a lot of explaining to do, lady. You fine people must be the scions of the seventh dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Mother, please. We don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches father that you were here. Wait, what? Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I'm well aware that you and Master Fargeneau are on the best of terms. And on the best of... They're not allowed to go back to their house. I've been desperate to see my darlings again. Oh, isn't she sick? Isn't she sick or something? You will come by the house, won't you? Well, now they can. The timing couldn't be better as matters stand. We shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go visit your home. We'll be back at the annex when you're ready to rejoin us. Zepla, what do you think? You need to go with your mom right now. You need to explain to the people in your house that you can go to your house. Zepla? The supplement? Oh my gosh, she's a fan of my YouTube channel. I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. What a splendid day this turned out to be. Champion of Bears, yeah, I insist that you join us. Okay. But we must be quick about it, not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences? Excuse me, what? What does that mean? Look, you really need to reconsider this, like, relationship. Yeah, I'll escort your kids to the estate. And then she was gone, and with her any opportunity to protest. The matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves. What do you mean he's gonna punish the servants for letting you in, even though she said you can come home? This family is so dysfunctional. Fine, if we're going, let's get it over with, but be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers. Oh, we're looking. Why ever not? Room was always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away. Maybe she's got like a Dakimakura in there, man. All right, let's go. I won't ask any questions. They've got like too many problems right now for... What does Alice have in her room? That's embarrassing. Alfie, discuss the view from the bridge. When Alice and I were little, this bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother, a servant, was always somewhere nearby. Now look at us, traveling to different continents, different worlds even. As children, Alfie and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. It must have been a day when his meetings ran long, because I remember growing restless and leaning out over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at that exact moment, came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. This is what I'm saying. Look, their dad actually loves them and cares about them, and he has done this because he has some really messed up reason, like because of the extreme circumstances happening in the world. And I think we're gonna find out what that is. We're gonna find out he didn't disown them just because he was being ridiculous, but he felt like it was gonna be the best way to keep them safe. Yeah, that's my theory. Oh my gosh.
Welcome home,
my lady.
Oh my goodness. Y'all rich. Y'all, it's nice. It's so nice here. Oh my goodness. XIV cribs. It's like Daddy Warbucks.
What? What are you gawping at?
Peace. Bucks, I guess. They don't have war. Yeah. What am I gawping at? Scion headquarters must seem squalid indeed.
I'll have you know I'm quite fond of the Rising Stones.
Yeah, rich girl. That's so fancy.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
You gotta stand up to him. Like, this is so unhealthy.
As you wish, my lady.
That is the stiffest bow I have ever seen.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice.
We shan't be long.
Are you gonna change? Oh, what if the gift is like outfits, new outfits? Okay, are we ready to talk? Are we ready to cut the crap?
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably.
Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name.
Oh, that's really sweet. Oh, sweet, precious ones. Oh.
'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
Maybe you can tell me what's going on with Heidelin, and you can tell me, like, about the Doomsday Bunker, and if your kids are getting in it. Like, maybe we can talk about that. Just an idea, some ideas, some banter thrown around. By the way, can I get a house in this district? Like, it seems pretty nice.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect.
I told ya, I knew it would be a new outfit.
Mother,
Let's see it.
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
Oh, let's see the new outfit.
it's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
It fits her really nicely. Yeah, it's great.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become.
So make his the blue version.
See for yourself.
Oh, he got a new weapon too, though.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
Man, she just got a new outfit. He got a whole new job. Holy crap. I think I see who the favorite is. It's like Eric. It's. I don't know if anybody's gonna get this reference, but a computer and a car. Thanks, Mom and Dad. Right. If you don't get it, just forget it.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
You two are twins. Don't you have the same thoughts?
If you'd allow me, Master Alphino.
Oh, he looks really good in the outfit. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He got the whole new job. He got weapons, like brand new weapons, brand new outfit, brand new job. Alice, they're like, Alice, say we got you this red half jacket.
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father.
Oh man. Amazing, amazing.
Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days. As a student, he was often called upon to venture into the field.
They belonged to your father. He would have wanted you to have it.
He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless.
A civilized weapon. An elegant weapon for a more civilized age.
Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
Expensive even by her standards? She said it was expensive? Oh man. Sage gear is gonna be quite pricey. She says expensive. Oh my god, Alice is over here like...
quite difficult to master. But someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
Maybe you would try to find common ground with your husband. Have you thought about that? Just an idea.
We will, Mother. I promise.
Now we see why Alice is so sassy.
My final gifts to you before you run off
Oh my god.
are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortunato has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words.
Okay. The timing of that change in him bears significance. Do not.
Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Okay. So just do what you want and don't listen to him.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
Okay. Now get out. Your dad doesn't want you here. Bye. Well, cool gifts for Alphina. Alice, you have anything to say about this? Only the gods know, and we'll be back again. I mean, the outfit looks really good on her. I like it. It fits her perfectly. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. She didn't, like... She just said that, like, y'all talk about me a lot. That was it, actually. That was really it. Our visit was all too brief. For now, however, it will have to suffice, as will these tokens of home that we carry with us. These gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. Yeah, but enough sentimentality. Let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. Back to the Baldessian annex. So far my only major criticism is that if you do the Thancred story first, it's gonna feel really disjointed and it's not gonna flow well at all. If you do Charlian first, it's gonna flow perfectly, like as it was intended to be done. But if you do, I don't recommend doing Thancred first, because for me, it was incredibly jarring when I go through the events that happen in Thancred. There's something really urgent that happens there at the end. I'm just saying something like vaguely because maybe there's people that are watching because they've done Charlian first and not Thancred. This is a spoiler stream. I don't have to like censor myself. I'm just so used to doing that. But basically, I need to go to the Tower of Zot. And it was very urgent that I go to the Tower of Zot. So having to do the whole Charlian thing immediately after that really urgent thing happens, it was really jarring and it didn't flow at all. It did not flow. So, piece of advice for people that, like, maybe you have friends that are going to do the story later, recommend that they do Charlian part first. Oh, here we go. Don't think for a moment that I'm jealous of Alphino's new weapons. They're far more suited to him than me. You're not jealous that Alfie got not only a new outfit, but a new soul crystal and brand new weapons from that's like a family heirloom? You're not mad? We left for Eorzea, matching outfits, but our styles, both fashion and fighting, have long since diverged. If anything, I'm proud of the differences between us. Okay, good. I'm glad you're handling this well. Enjoyed your time. I mean, I just feel like you should have gotten something else. Maybe not like a whole new job, but like a muffin or like a little kiss on the forehead or something. I don't know. You just feel like he was getting so much stuff. Yeah, she's glued in the wall. I thought I'd wait till you asked about it, though.
Your time in Thancred has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, carrying out Vrtra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
Well, yeah. I know, that's why all this other stuff felt weird, but...
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation.
We're not allowed to
pressing
investigate.
them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thancred.
Oh, you don't need a letter anymore. You can just teleport.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower?
We're gonna kill everything in it.
According to Orenvold and Fodola's report, they were unable to free the Emolja. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Afrit.
Yeah.
What does it tell us that the spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal. Thus, the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise.
Yes.
A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained. And I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within.
But they look organic.
Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
I feel like that's a lot of assumptions you just made.
So we can hope. And I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Okay.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Cryo, Yostola, and myself. The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodra by a considerable margin.
What of Alice? She knows a healing spell or two. Red Mage healer.
That she does. But I think Alize herself would assert that she's at her best when she's charging onto the breach. And from what I recall from the Grand Cosmos, there's a spring in her step when she fights by your side.
Oh, but that's you too.
Ye gods, will you never let me hear the end of that? Rest assured that I will do what is asked of me, regardless of who I happen to be standing next to at any given time.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Radz-at-Han of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
A military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Okay. Let's go. Man, my ring is giant. Did you see that? It's like the size of my hand. I need to change that. Can't see it in this rain that well. If this is the future of aetherite travel, I'll stick to boats. Aye, no warning, however emphatic. Could have prepared me for that. Did you have the last thing? On account of which we're a little late, but fighting fit, mostly. Oh, hey, buddy. My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. You must be... You should still call you Varshan, I suppose? Indeed, it would not do to confuse our soldiers. True. For our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with your rewarding scales. Please convey as much to His Excellency. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessings. Our thanks. With these, we can go anywhere. Those with the blessing of light can go. Not only for this operation either, but for all the ones to come. We can finally break your monopoly on primals. Oh my gosh, good. I've been waiting for this day. If everyone is amenable to it, let's review the strategy for good measure. As previously agreed, we'll divide into 2 groups. Zepla and her band will break through the tower's defenses and locate its core. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners, who will doubtless want for healing due to the duress of repeated summonings. The primals which the tower bringeth forth shall be deities of Thabnarian myth. As we have no prior experience with such foes, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. We commence your operation. The operation of your word. For the people of Thavnair, nay, the entire world, we must prevail. Let's go. Let's go. Tower of Zot. Finally. So, who will be in my group? First, this armor, blessed with Radz-at-Han's power, and now Vrtra's scale. Much has changed for dragons to show me such favor. And with Nidhogg with me, in spirit and in hand, no obstacle will bar our way. Estinian is such an awesome character. Oh my god, love him. Who doesn't love Estinian? My wording scale is safely tucked away. I may not be the Azure Dragoon, but I guarantee I'll give as good as I get. I may have taken up new arms, but my role is unchanged. I'm a healer through and through. Yet knowing who once wore this sage's mantle, I wonder, when all is said and done, will I look back on the battles I chose to fight with pride? That's a good question. Good talk, Alfie. Alright, Estinian, you're coming with me. Sorry,
Right
Alice. Love Estinian. I love Alice too, but I want to see Estinian's commentary. Maybe he's gonna have like a dragon stuff to say. Whatever that means. Okay, so preparations. Chicken, food, eat. Okay, we'll do that when we get in there. XP buffs when I get in there. Ooh. I saw the 3 sisters there. I saw them. They've been glued in there. Food. Squadron battle manual. All right. I am ready. I am super ready. Foul place this. Let's proceed with caution. And then next. There they are. They're let loose. Look, those beastly masks. It's the Minutia come to life. Yeah, I've seen them. It flew away. Okay. The rest of you must keep going onwards and upwards. I think this is the AoE button, Grim Reaping. Yeah! That's me! That's me! I'm the avatar! Wow, cool! Wow!
You cannot
Wow!
stop us!
That was awesome! It's really neat because in the avatar form, like I'm about to do it again.
You cannot
Here I am,
cross us!
avatar now. It does feel like I'm outside my character because the way the character moves, it definitely feels really different than, it feels like I'm floating a little bit. Wow, I feel like they changed it since Media Tour, or maybe I didn't pay attention as well. Okay, first boss. First boss. Let's do it. I don't remember any mechanics. Frost reaping, void reaping, frost. Yeah, I'm in the avatar phase. Holy shit, guys! It feels amazing to do that. Be in avatar form. Ooh! Oh my god! I barely got out of that. Barely got out. Awesome. Wow, that's good. Swinging my scythe around, hearing the song, man. Great fight. I liked it. Ethereal manipulation. So, what the hell is on the ground? It looks like raw, like meat, like people meat. Okay, what is this? Is this like dried out neurons and stuff? It's breathing. It's breathing. It's breathing. It's breathing. It's breathing. It's breathing. Look. Wow. Amazing. It's so cool. This is metal, y'all. This is super, this metal. Okay. I feel like a white blood cell.
You underestimate me.
My character right now, it's like my character is what my white blood cells were doing. It's what my immune system was doing when I had COVID. Okay. My character represents my immune system. Just kicking ass. Absolutely kicking ass in here. This is what I imagine was happening. Okay. Yeah, tank him. Take it. Tank him. Arcane Circle.
My turn!
Just gonna spam the Grim Reaping. I wish there was some way I could, I don't know, tell what kind of damage I'm doing. Some way to... I think my abacus needs an update. It's not working. I need the new one. The new abacus. Yeah, mine's out of date. No abacus updates. Yeah, I really need it. Okay, am I going the wrong way? Yes. Yes, I was going the wrong way. Complete wrong direction. Complete wrong direction. Okay. All right, let's get more of this Viruses. Kiloviruses. No more. No more. Get out. You don't belong here. Okay. Look. My character is become the avatar. It makes her ears lay down flat in the hood. Like lay down like a lop here. Yeah.
You're mine.
Yeah, got it. Got it. Okay. Spinning side. So, oh, I need to put the debuff first. Good. Yeah. See, it's like my character becomes really floaty and takes a very long range of attack during the avatar phase. Oh, my thing, the debuff fell off. Guillotine, 2k, about 2k. Nightmare Side, about 4k. For now, 2k.
You're mine.
500. See, I have to add it up in my head without the abacus. I have to do the math in my head for how much damage I'm doing. Ooh, an earring dropped. It's for casting, so I don't need that. Did I get anything for me? What's the item level? 520. We're facing the Magic Sisters. The same sisters the Fisher lad told us about, yeah? Yep. This is the one for good fortune, the merchants we're shipping. It's Sandy from FF4. If I alone cannot expel you. Everyone's trying to expel us, man. Even Charlene. Can we get like more than one monster at a time? What's are these tiny pools? Slow pools. Pick up the pace, Thancred. What happens if I toxically pull? What if I'm a toxic DPS and I pull more stuff?
You cannot stop us.
He goes and gets it. Okay. Yeah, I'm toxic. That's what he's gonna tell Ishtola after the dungeon. Let's just take a look around, shall we? It looks pretty sweet. Okay, is it evil? Yes. It's obviously pretty evil, but it looks pretty awesome as well. There's some kind of... Is this the core? Channeling of ether here. It's like a lightning rod. No matter the cost, we must protect the tower. Harbingers elect. The third and final sister. Let's go. Cindy. All right, here we go. Woo! Woo! Oh yes, a lot of AoEs. Oh my god, there's so many AoEs. This is a pretty fun fight, I gotta say. That was awesome. Loved the dungeon, especially the last boss. It was really fun. Really good fight. Now, all we did was defeat the primal thing in here, but can't they just summon another one? Where's the others? Oh man, look, it has the Reaper logo on this screen. Are you kidding me? It looks awesome. Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. We gotta get rid of other stuff. I gotta take a legit screenshot. Wow, what a cool shot. Cool. I am loving this expansion so far, in case you haven't noticed. Okay, let's see what happens now in the story. Story time.
Is everyone all right?
Yep.
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
Too quiet. It's too quiet.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
Yeah, it's...
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Stola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look. Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
What?
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
A man's limb? What man? What limb? More importantly. Did you break it? Yeah, he did. Holy shit. Thanks, Astinian.
And that should be the end of it.
He's like, this is what we're here to destroy? Yes? Okay. Like, nuked it.
What now?
Maybe we shouldn't have done that.
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
I have a flying carpet. Like, we can get on it.
What of the prisoners below?
Oh, but what are the prisoners?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I pray I'm not too late.
Raha's gonna save my life again? Again?
What happened? Where are we?
I don't know where Graha put us. Where's he? Oh my god, where is he? There's a staff. Oh my god.
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed.
Oh.
Hardly a scratch. But how?
Graha. Go check on Graha. Oh my god.
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
Whoa, everyone.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
He's just exhausted, I guess. It's a huge spell. All these elephants, by the way.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll.
Oh my god.
He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse.
He lifted up like 1,000 elephants with his spell.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here.
We gotta check on them.
They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Yeah.
Hail, Scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
But why was the tower breathing and it just vanished like in thin
You
air?
shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
It's such a pleasant accent. So nice. But what about our friend? Yeah, okay. Here she is. Hey, Stinian. Carrying all those Matanga may have been a true struggle. Liberated prisoners are being transported to Radz-at-Han for treatment. Alice and Ishtola will oversee the administration of the tempering treatment with support from those who know a healing spell or two. We'll go and join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath. Wow. You may now enter the Tower of Zot with the NPCs. Varshan bade us come to the Megaduta at our earliest convenience. The others will join us there when they finish tending to the prisoners. Okay. This place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we'd best ask for directions from the sentry at the fountain. Lead the way and don't expect me to act as your tour guide, like certain others. Good. Come hang out with me. Estonian. I really like this feature where you can have the NPCs come along with you. Like, I wish they could always come along. Okay. I'll explore the rest later. It's so cool here. What a vibe. Estonian, what do you think about it? About textiles, Thavnarian weave. Isn't that what you made your little ponytail out of? I dare say Emmerich would be partial to the gold thread. And the blue, of course. He loves his blue. Well, you do too. I mean, look at you. Should we get some to bring to Emmerich? I've never put much thought into what I wear. A spare set of clothing is usually all I carry, and if that isn't enough, I can always obtain something locally. With whose money? It's so cool here. I really like it. It feels a little different than I imagined. Well, only thing that we had seen was from the video they posted on their YouTube channel. And it seemed like really obnoxiously bright, but like not in person, but you know, like in the game, it doesn't feel obnoxious. It's just really colorful and cool. I remember passing here with Vrtra. The situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life is yet to return to normal here. When it does, you ought to pay another visit, though the city is confusing. The food is quite good. I'm partial to Hamza myself. Ew. No meat, please. See? He didn't like that. See, he didn't like that. He doesn't want to get eaten. We are members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, come at the invitation of His Excellency. Please follow me. Ooh, nice. Looks good in here. We've been here before. It still looks nice.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Yeah. Glad you're feeling better.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence.
Yes.
No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales.
Do you think, like, maybe you can ask your brother, Christopher, to, like, give some more? Because, like, you can't give all your skills.
Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radz-at-Han.
Like, how long does it take them to grow back?
The land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the high crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radz-at-Han will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
Yeah, so I was thinking. Yeah, look at him. He's got a spot. Call your brother.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Oh my god.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply.
Yeah, like, aren't you upset about what happened to Radz-at-Han?
And yet, you chose to live among men.
Yeah, that's why. Why?
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance.
So Vrtra's really more like Radz-at-Han, I guess.
Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vrtra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
I bet he does. I bet he knows. No.
When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydralin to whom we must look for answers.
Answers. Answers. Yeah.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort.
Really?
'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one?
Yeah.
To which Midgardsummer did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope.
What? Is there something going on that's actually destroying like every star? Is there something that is destroying the universe and not just...
He believed so long as Hydaelyn endured,
what?
So too might dragonkind.
That's crazy. Only this particular star had a hope?
Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydaelyn does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
So... Obviously, the Guardsummer is not tempered by Hydaelyn and chooses willingly.
Thank you, Vrtra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Damn. I just feel like I could stay.
A moment.
Yeah. I was about to say, I feel like I could stay and talk to the dragon a little more. There we go.
There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
I only wish he could be here with us now.
I know of his clash with Omega and the long slumber which was his price. Yet even closed in sleep, my father's eyes are far from blind. He is watching over thee, watching over this world. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsummer's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread.
So Vrtra seems to like people more than any of the other dragons. Except, well, maybe Radz-at-Han.
For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe.
So
amidst this tangled knot, thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease.
Well, there's nothing I can do about that.
More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
What? What? The storm of my existence? What does that mean? Oh my gosh, I'm thinking back to all the people that sacrifice because...
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
He thinks that I'm actually gonna go mad from loss, like what happened to Nidhogg. That's never had a character say that before, or like express that concern of like how much the Warrior of Light actually has to endure and suffer constantly. Like at what point are you just gonna break? Because it's too much.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
It was kind of rude for the twins to walk back in there when the dragon specifically said in front of everybody, Ken, wait a minute. Maybe they didn't hear that part. They were just nosy. What were you and Vrtra talking about? I can't tell you. He said, I hope your friends don't die. He said, make sure you take care of your friends because it looks like your friends die all the time. So, hope next time I see you, your friends are alive. Peace. That's pretty much what he said. Like his sister Tiamat, Vrtra is possessed of a gentle soul. Yeah, Vrtra is amazing character. I would like to just listen to Vrtra talk about stuff. Oh, this is the hangout spot. We can watch dancers do their thing. Are people coming to watch me? Oh my god, people are clapping. Wow, this is great. Oh my god. I'm role playing. Yeah, I need to be in front if I'm gonna be doing this. This is great. Yeah, nice. Oh, yeah. 3, 2, 1. Though this land hath been offered a respite, in turmoil do many others languish still. Oh, but isn't the respite afforded this land but fleeting? But the respite afforded this land was but fleeting, right? Yeah, I know that from my trailer, so I'm a little concerned. We're last, of course, but at least we found the place. Ooh, song.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations.
Okay, we could use them to invade Garlemald. Yeah, right. I'm listening.
Of course, we would need to consult with various alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated.
Yes.
To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are
Yeah.
short hop from here.
Oriange feels like he's been left out a little bit.
Should come in handy for passing on the word.
He needs to do some stuff.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Please, I must speak with you.
Nadana, hey, you're back, you're better. I'm great. I was so glad to see you better. But what's wrong?
Nadana, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
So glad that
As you
she's
said,
safe.
Nadana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough.
Hey, save her.
All of you, for everything you've done.
She's okay.
Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thancred from an awful fate.
Yes. Saved them.
Yet who has truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
Oh, I turned up the music a lot when I was in the dungeon, and then I forgot to turn it back down. I need to turn it down after this cutscene. My bad, my bad. Yeah, I can barely hear Uber Danger.
The talisman? Is this true?
Yes. We got so many. But Vrtra is like hurting
I was so
himself.
groggy from sleep.
To give
I
them
didn't
to
even
us.
think to ask. Our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
It's nice. Oh, it's the ambient.
Look at that! Its color is completely changed. What do you have there?
It's a mood ring, but like for everyone.
How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory.
Akasha?
Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion.
Spiritual emotion?
As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities. That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
But can it also be negative? Because she said it's just a force that's influenced by strong emotion. So, like, could you have a Akasha that's extremely negative?
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research.
This is first time they're hearing about this, but it must be like a really obscure thing, because I thought Radz-at-Han had pretty good ties with Garlean, and Garlean is all about ethereological research. But I guess they fully just ignored this little detail.
Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense! You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Garlean then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
Okay. Well, I'm really glad that she's okay, because on the way to the tower, I was not feeling certain or sure at all that she was going to end up being okay. I was really worried about that, but she's fine. Last thing I remember before being absorbed in the tower is you rushing towards me. I can only imagine the hardships you and yours must have had to overcome to rescue us. No amount of words will suffice to express my gratitude, but I hope the flower's radiant glow says everything I cannot. Wow. Okay, we're going back to Garlean now. And we need to go to Valdesian Annex. Off weekend. Kryle's right here. You should get some rest in the meantime. Yes. Welcome back, Zepla. Kryle has apprised me of your recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to eliminate a tower and pave the way to deal with the rest. Well, it isn't much. I've changed your sheets and plumped up your pillow. After all, there's nothing like collapsing in a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone. That's right. It's almost 2 in the morning here for me. So would you like to take a look at your new and improved lodgings now? Yeah. Archon loaf. It's not good. It's open. It's open.
Take heart and protect them well.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Good. You're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
Nice. Nice. We brought foods.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Garlean cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Garlean feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Well, he has a really high constitution stat because he didn't get sick.
Set on all sides.
All right, he's good, man.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Kryle, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she did.
'Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radz-at-Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt. The relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed, and in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Tloforoi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won, perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day.
Okay, like poker faced over here.
Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Oh my gosh, you have it, man.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh my god. From my character's perspective, everyone here is tiny. She's super tall. She's max height Viera. But like, yeah, I can't relate. I'm really tall too. I'm super tall, so I don't know. Are we pushing on until dawn? That's the question for the stream.
Ambitious.
It's 2 a.m.
But it is pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
This is such a nice scene. It's so cute. Turns out the last stand do have the veggie burger. From my head canon. So it's green and it means like, oh, are we gonna learn about chakras? Oh, this dude. Oh my god. This dude.
Ah! Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that.
That's the other voice actor. He's got 2 now.
I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thancred has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom.
He's gonna love that.
Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon the ether.
Siphon.
If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
So I was right when I said the towers are like tentacles. Because they vanish so quickly. I had a feeling of just like a little tentacles poking out.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Oh man, I really like Zenos' voice actor.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome, honestly. Talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No. No. Only Zepla. Only.
No. All else is equal.
And he's got it so bad. He's
Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke.
Oh man. It's goth poetry. Loving it.
But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame.
He just called me hot. Oh my god. I mean, Zenos,
I basked in the afterglow.
So hot.
Until the void yawned once more. And then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before.
Okay. That was really, like, he's sharing his feelings.
Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
It's the only thing he wants, man. He wants to play.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too.
So is he dreaming about the final days that is to come? I think so.
Yes. I think that is something we can both enjoy.
I did enjoy Zenos in that cutscene though. Maybe it's just because he said my character was hot, so hot, that he literally can't stop thinking about it. I'm like, yeah, actually, this guy ain't so bad. This is alright. That was, yes, it was a metaphor. We all know Zenos has the bad for the word, like, okay, it's obvious. Oh, there you are, feeling refreshed, I hope. Actually, yeah, I feel incredibly refreshed. I took a shower I had breakfast. I have some coffee here. Yeah, I'm feeling great. I was about to make my way to the studio as it happens. I wanted to try and speak with scholarch Montichaigne and thank him for coming to our rescue. Oh yes, King Scholarch. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find out that we'd already departed for Thavnir. The scholarch himself was here. In that case, what are we waiting for? Oh, there's Al. I was like, who are you talking to? It's Alfie behind. I too am eager to see him, though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the studio. Alphino, of all people, worrying over his reputation, and at our alma mater, no less. Will wonders never cease? You'll understand soon enough. Huh. What? Was Alphino a bad boy? No way. I don't believe that. There's just no way. No. No. Absolutely not. Here it is, phenomenon. While I expect you made note of it before. One can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? While most of the space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. As the center of what would later become the studium, it was established to promote the study of ethereological phenomena, hence the name. Though with ether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life and even the universe itself. And then, in the 432nd year of the 6th astral era, phenomenon was decreed complete, and the studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority in etherology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless other fields, standing proud of Charlene's foremost educational institute. Okay, cool. Indeed, I've long since lost track of how many times he has recited that same foppish speech. I liked his speech. He was in top form back then, youngest to enter the studium, graduated with highest honors in magical arts and etherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on. You both joined the studium at the same age, yes? From where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Nice of you to say, but Alphino actually entered half a year before me, nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors. I'm certainly not the studio's most notorious master debater. In all respects, have I ever been in his shadow? If nothing else, just remember that this was where the legend of Alphino Leveilleur began. What? Well, she's really better at combat, okay? We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully, we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were at the last stand. We'll see about that. I doubt it. I know better than anyone the adoration the student body has for Alphino, and with a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage. Okay, maybe. Okay, that's a good point. There's no time like the present. First things first, we'll look for King Scholar. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whims take him. Let's split up and ask the students if they've seen him. Okay. Okay, we're gonna find him. Hey, I found you.
Ah, I remember you.
You weren't looking for me?
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that Inquisition go unchallenged.
Thanks, bro.
I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galef and Louisois in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Montoya's prize student.
No, it's them who has the patience because they're all caught up in the storm of my existence.
Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
Okay.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy.
What can you say?
Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
That's why that guy was getting force choked. I remember now. He was trying to speak, but he couldn't because he was silenced.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
Okay. He's gonna teach us how to make people be quiet. He's so nice. Nice man. Oh! We're at school.
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology.
Okay.
The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into 3 forms. 2 are of the incorporeal sort, the soul, and the memory. Can anyone tell me the 3rd?
The body. Corporeal ether.
Yes, very good. This is the form with which the layman is most familiar, consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us. This form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked.
Right, but aren't you constantly creating new memories? And so wouldn't that make memory also always in flux? Or is it like once it's been created, it cannot be changed in any...
Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it.
The soul is paper? Memories words.
Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
You wouldn't read it anymore. He's a really good teacher because he's using the visual aids to keep my attention.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well.
Right?
In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
I mean, I'm not gonna read any messages in game right now. Like, I'm not gonna do that. So I need to put myself back on busy. 'Cause I don't know who's writing me, and I don't know, like, maybe someone. Like, I have no idea. I have no idea. I can't read it. It was when the primals were tempering people.
The 7th Umbral Calamity.
Oh, right. That was a bigger one.
People of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm.
Right, but they don't know what anything after what happened to the
no one
Warriors.
could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Garlean prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation.
What?
Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace.
Dunno.
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed.
Okay.
Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty.
Okay. There's a lot of people that would need to be okay with it, like...
Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean.
Does that mean no more? Oh.
And our memories drift apart and dissolve. Rather defeating the purpose, I suppose.
So, when you die, all the ink goes away.
But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable. Well, I think that's enough education for today. Now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet.
He's like, well, I told you what happens after you die. What's next?
I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon.
What?
Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend.
Wow, this guy has some clout. This guy has some big clout.
Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo.
I
She's
did.
well known among the artisans of Garlean, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
Well, this is kind of a confirmation of stuff that had been hinted at before in Shadowbringers. Like, I remember hearing about that famous bunny warrior of light from the past that we heard about in Ronkin Ruins, and it was pretty clear, like, that was probably a previous incarnation of current warrior of light. He is loving this because it's like probably so boring here usually. So he's like, okay. So Raha, man, I have such a bad habit of clicking immediately on the quest person and not checking with everybody else first. Welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the studium proved most educational. While you were away, I received word from our fellow scions. As expected, news of the warding scales was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Limsa. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive. It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan, but let us see what awaits us in Vilbrand. So we are going to strike at the heart. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Estinian? Estinian. Vrtra is, it's like one of my favorite characters so far. New characters. Phew, I didn't realize these crates were so heavy. I shouldn't complain though. Vrtra and the alchemists of the great work put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with the utmost care. And he's literally bleeding out because of the scales he's giving. Are you not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the forum's watchful gaze, I have little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were found to be consorting with foreign powers, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. Oh, wouldn't it be awesome if Master Matoya showed up here? She's not going to, but wouldn't that be great? With the luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. The tide's about to turn. I can feel it. To Limsa. So Merlewib is gonna tell us what to do. She's gonna let us know what to do about the end of the world and stuff. Oh, it's not just the Admiral. It's also the Elder Seedseer and the Sultana are all going to be there. 3 of the most powerful women in the world in one room. Don't you mean 4? I'm about to go in there. Make it 4. Yeah. My apologies for calling you away from Garlean at such short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. So it was only right this discussion be conducted in person. We were locked in a war of attrition. We are locked. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it's only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we've taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. We're all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warding scales and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time in Garlean, the allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge in abductions of kobolds, Sagagan, Ixal, and Ananta have given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph in Radz-at-Han has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace. It's you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Talofroi at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. These brave few will be the Ilsabard contingent. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered, robbed of their free will. They serve the Talofroi's every whim without question. They too are victims. It's our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it's the right thing to do. Well, yeah. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I ask only that in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and morality, for without that, there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. You don't have to convince us. On that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Urianger observed in the castle. The capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there's reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. So I think that the smaller spires are just like little tentacles of some greater horrible thing underneath. They're just tentacles poking out, and because Stola said she saw like a man's limb, and that was weird, but as soon as that was destroyed, it immediately just disappeared. And I feel like it's gonna be back. Yeah, okay. So, though its purpose remains unclear, yeah. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we'd failed to make any headway. Though the same could be said of the Talofroi, they're certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the Spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied while they work towards our annihilation. Yeah, you know what? That's the best theory we've heard so far. Like, nobody else has been able to offer a good guess on what they're for. That's the most reasonable guess. This would appear to be substantiated by Stola's analysis of the tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on her observations inside the Tower of Zot, the spires siphon ether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. Yeah, so they're feeding something else. The excess of ether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was being redirected to the larger spire in the capital. There's a logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, she's figured it out. We will bring their schemes crashing down along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good, but what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. Straight to the point, Estinian. He's like, what is the quest objective? It was so funny in the Tower of Zot when he's like, this is the thing you need destroyed, and we're like, okay. He's like, okay, that was it. It was like so fast. What do you want? What do you need? Estinian is the guy that skips the quest text and goes straight to the enemy, kills it, and turns it in the quest. We want you and your scales to join the Ilsabard contingent. Consider it an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. For the people of Garlemald. Couldn't have put it better myself. Stola, Thancred, and Urianjay have already pledged their support and are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once you've delivered the warding scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilsabard. Ralban and Lord Emmerich are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs and the like. Without it, the cold will do you in for the Telofroi so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go. Safe in the knowledge, Eorzea will be as you left it, or better, upon your return. Got it. Let's go. Let's go. There he is. Oh, it's not voice acted. Ah, the Wanderer's return. You've been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding scales of yours are what's made this whole adventure possible. Will you and Lord Emmerich be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we've seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilsabard contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid under the Garleans has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Of course, there's people that are mad about that. That just hate all the Garleans, but I mean, I'm assuming it's a lot of just civilians that are... Nobody should be allowed to be mind controlled. Like, it's just not... Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side, charging into the fray. Alas, I've battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Emmerich's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is the peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Ilsabard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thanks. We meet again. Hey! Hey! It's Gaius! Much has occurred since we parted ways in Wirlit. From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I've shared with Maxima for the sake of the people of Garlemald. May the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us. Strange, I thought you'd have a stake in this. I do. The Telofroi have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varus and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Ilsebard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. I mean, he's completely right. He's completely right. He cannot go. Whether I'm branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. We will deliver your people from harm in your stead. For what it's worth, you have my gratitude. You and your comrades have the strength and courage to deliver my countrymen. I'm certain of it. We're gonna do it. In light of Gaius's rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Okay. You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two. And if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you, all of you. All right. Been a while since I've been here.
By the 12.
Wow.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose.
That's how some quest givers are recognized.
Not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald.
It's all the job
Which
people.
rides on the efforts of the Ilsebard contingent.
It's the Black Mage. I mean, the Thaumaturge Guild. We got the Pugilist guy. We got Papa Sean. All the cool people here. Oh man. Is this a guy from the Bard Quest? Gang's all here. Oh, hey, machinist. Cool, cool.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Lucia.
Lucia.
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention.
Hey.
Might I ask you to speak first?
It's our friend from the Conjurer Quest.
If I must.
White Mage Quest. Didn't like me at first.
I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation. here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer. We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort. Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands.
Hell yeah.
Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
Oh my gosh, this is awesome. So he remembered me, and oh my gosh, that's so cool. They put this special line in here if you've done all the white mage quests. Yeah, I am actually an experienced white mage as well, yeah. How cool. How cool.
I suppose I'd better say my piece.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Anyway, the Admiral asked Captain Hillfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughingstock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship.
Wow, what a great voice on this guy.
So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but a promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gradanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Hell yeah, love this guy, hell yeah. She likes
You're
it.
certainly raring to go. Then again, so are we.
Lise and Sicard. I'm reading way too much into it, but I'm just, what if? I'm like, what if they kissed?
Of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow.
Yes, it's bad. It's
That's
really
where we
bad.
come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the Avatar of Destruction.
He's looking at his cards. He's like...
With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us.
Oh man, that's great.
And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead.
True. That's very true. Because, man, that, I mean, in an IRL scenario, really the ice and snow could be your worst enemy.
Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabad contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission.
Machinists. It's not machinists, it's machinists.
Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa.
I just figured that out. That's all. I always call it machinists, but sometimes I hear people call it machinists, and so I think it's actually machinists.
There is another awaiting introduction.
Yeah, I've seen him.
Lord Montichaigne?
Ah, yes. Montichaigne de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that.
Oh, he doesn't want to be here at all. Oh my god.
But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
Okay. All right. May your graceful prancing lead the way to victory. As a dancer, I mean that. I mean it. Let's get you some chakrams, buddy.
I cannot wait to regale Honorar with my tales of daring do.
You can do both.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea.
You can dance and kill at the same time.
Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Well, it's really far.
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Maybe they're here already.
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations.
Okay.
According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Really?
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Nice! Hell yeah! Oh man! Great! Awesome!
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as a step is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach.
Isn't she just the best? Isn't she just one of the best characters ever? Who doesn't love Sadu? Nobody.
But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy! Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
Yeah, it's my girls. I'm like, hey.
And the Bosnian resistance.
Hey, girls.
Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused.
Well, yeah, I mean...
Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all.
I mean, you can't punish common folk because Garlemald as an empire was conquering other nations. Like, these are just common people. Probably didn't have anything to do with it.
Swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders.
That's talked about a lot in the Reaper quest lines, actually. It's a really nice quest.
Gaius bloody Baelsar himself is working to help rebuild Whirlit, a nation he once conquered.
Exactly. Exactly.
So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garland Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers.
Magna Glacius.
From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us. So it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
Flat terrain, not necessarily bad.
We cannot account for every
But the snow is going to be a problem.
So we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
Okay. This is it. This is it. We're going to Garlemald. Oh wow, so many people I can talk to. Well, I am gonna. If I'd known that a social gathering this would turn out to be, I'd have dressed for the occasion. So this seems a perfect opportunity to mingle with the other guests. Would I be correct in assuming those ladies over yonder are Serena and Sadu of the Steppe? Perhaps I should introduce myself. Though I don't much like the look of that fellow with the enormous axe. You want to flirt with Serena and Sadu? I would approach Serena if I were you. If it isn't Zepla, 'tis thanks in no small part to you that the manufactory's future is looking brighter than ever, my friend. I'm pleased to report that I and a handful of my colleagues have been selected to join the contingent. So that's special text for me being machinist, leveling machinist. I remember Alberic, although I may not look it. That was the Azure degree once upon a time. It's a Dragoon quest. Allow me to express my deepest gratitude for your role in liberating Bajra. It's so much special text here depending on what quests you've done. This is actually amazing. Me and my countrymen owe you more than we can ever hope to repay. Now that our dream has finally been realized, Bashsaljan is seeing fit to send a few of us to join this expeditionary force. I hope our skills will be of use. Sadu, what's up, girl? I care not for the Iron Men or their troubles. It is the destiny of the weak to die in ignominy. She doesn't give a shit. Just show her who to kill, man. I'm glad to see you well, Zepla. Grandmother was worried for you. The night I agreed to come hither and join the contingent, the god sent her a strange dream. 2 suns, one burning red, the other frozen black. Closer they circled, closer and closer. And as they danced, the world fell to ruin. In blinding chaos, she spied blackened silhouettes and knew at once that one was yours. Yet we know not how to interpret this dream, save as a sign that great danger awaits. I'm taking a screenshot of that. That sounds really important. 2 suns, one red, the other frozen black. It's like the Endwalker logo. It's like the Endwalker logo. It's like I'm gonna look at it. I'm gonna find it because it reminds me of that. Two suns, one red, other frozen black. One burning red, the other frozen black. And also, Zenos referred to my character as hot, like so hot, right? And also my character is Azim, so representing the sun. So the one represents my character, the sun. The other frozen black, I think it represents maybe Zenos, I don't know. Okay, Magnite. With the Mole, champions of the Nadam, and the Dotharl, having sent so many here, I had thought to defend the steppe in their absence. And I would have done so were it not for my steppe brothers. They urged me to grant our allies the sun's might, that his radiance might deliver them unto victory. Though I must tolerate the presence of this feral Dotharly dog. He's talking about Sadu. As the first among my brothers, I could do no less than accept this challenge. Can't you see that she's your Nama? Can't you see that, you idiot? Okay. Thancred. I've close ties with the scouts of the Eastern Alliance and the various resistance groups. They're an absolute joy to work with. Wow, that was really bland. Blessed are we to have made countless steadfast allies over our journey's course. Indeed, we're joined today by many new acquaintances who in time shall we come to call our comrades and mayhap friends. I was half expecting to find the man who taught me red magic amongst our number, but he's nowhere to be seen. I suppose he's had his share of unpleasant experiences with the Empire, but so have we all. Perhaps there's some other reason? Well, in any case, I have a feeling I'll see him again once all this is over. I'm sure he'll be pleasantly surprised by how much my swordplay's improved since we last met. This feels very different to our previous experiences. Despite having shared little more than introductions, there's already a palpable sense of camaraderie. To be in such company, the finest our allies have to offer, with comrades such as these, we're bound to succeed. I did not expect to see the other former Azure Dragoon here of all places. As he well knows, I'm not one for verbose greetings, so we shall instead let our lances do the talking on the battlefield. Can you walk over there and say hi? That's so rude. Naturally, Garlemald is also here helping us. This is Bard Quest, people. While his ability as a bard is unmatched, I do worry about his judgment. However, you need not. I'll keep a close eye on him. This is so special that I can talk to all these people from the old quest lines. I can't lie to you, Zepla. I wasn't entirely for this whole thing when Sanson spoke to me, but if it means being your brother in arms, who am I to pettifog? I don't know. That's a new word. I shouldn't be so hard on him. The bard unit is quite impressive, really. Yes, one must give credit where credit's due. There's so many people to talk to, but it's like all these characters from my whole journey. Greetings, Zepla. The time is... Oh, you're from the... He was in the Warriors Guild. Come hells or high water. Until the Empire fell, Garleans were the only ones who was allowed to impose tariffs upon its sea. Weren't easy pickings, but I made myself a pretty guild. Since they've been so generous to me and mine, perhaps it's time I return the favor. That's sound logic. I'm here representing the Marauders Guild, and it's my job to keep the Smiths out of harm's way. Mind you, with them hammers of theirs, they can put up a fair fight themselves. What? Really? Maybe when this is all over, you can pay the Axemaster a visit. He still tells all the new recruits about the time you killed Kujata and avenged the boy's parents. I remember it like it was yesterday. That was 5 years ago. Do you know that was my first job? My first class I ever picked in this game was Marauder. Man, that's like when I first started. That's like from my first day playing Final Fantasy 14. I talked to this guy. Man, this was the guy. It takes me back. Wow, he remembers it like it was yesterday. It's actually like kind of emotional for me. This is when I first made my character. The first time. Now look. Wow. That's what they're doing. That's why they put all these NPCs here, because they're like trying to get you to remember your journey. I definitely do. Man. We came as quickly as we could. We would follow your example and devastate the Talofroi with the full extent of our powers. Worry not for your brothers, Boosie will return soon enough. Though Garlemald has long been our bitter enemy, Her Grace has elected to bolster the Ilzabar contingent of members of the Immortal Flames. As representatives of the Sultanate, we are one in our commitment to the cause. Hey, you're from the monk, Jullus? So glad I found you. I have for you a letter from Master Hammond. Let's read it together. Let's see here. I have every confidence that your fist shall bring the Talofroi to their knees. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Should you espy any beautiful maidens thereabouts, perhaps sing to them my praises. Charming master. One more fool of me for thinking the letter would contain something actually inspiring. Let's forget the notice exists. Yeah, he's a pervy old guy, the pugilist leader dude. This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You needn't worry about Urianger and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Estinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor. And since he spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well. Yeah, he's from the cold place. He knows what he's done. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. Oh my god, they're so bad. You're right, Stola. Aren't they so ugly? Like, can they just can they give us some better Grand Company gear? It's like horrible overcoats. Hark, is that the cry of scions in need of a tailor? I hear. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's her. Oh, you thought you could sneak off to Ilsabar without telling me? Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Nothing escapes my notice. Oh man, she's here. Now you will wear these garments I've made for you, whether you like it or not. Okay, Tataru, okay. Please don't hurt us, Tataru. Why do you need a new outfit as well? Are you coming with us? What? What do you mean, why do you need a new outfit? No. Fashion, the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how could I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? Fashion. Thank you, Tataru. All hail Tataru. Glory be to Tataru. It's an honor to finally meet you. We of the Garlean Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains and into Garlemald. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there's aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you're ready to depart, I will ready the engines. Let's go.
Ilsabard, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly?
Okay.
On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, the winds howl in icy protest as if to warn against further trespass.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they're led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus' death. The first, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Why?
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
Okay.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
Right. It's wrong to kill them when they're mind controlled.
Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment?
We gotta wait till they're... like, killing is fine, but when they're mind controlled, that's wrong. Why are you...
Not
you need some leggings, buddy.
Easier said than done in the heat of battle.
True.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Makes sense.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into two groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Okay. All right. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Supply Depot. That's where Thancred is. Ooh, nice Baja armor. Looks good.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Stoller always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks.
She has Black Mage explosion syndrome.
All right. Once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand.
Okay. There's no, like, access code?
Stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Okay. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
Okay, let's go. Let's do it.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Okay. Oh, I'm role-playing. I am Thancred. Uh-oh. I'm ready.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time.
Oh,
We only have one
cool.
shot at this, so let's make it count.
Wait. I can't. I'm not going with them. I got my own thing. Use swift deception. I have to click. Time he took a nap. Yeah, we gotta put him out. Okay, we need to be invisible again. We need to be invisible again. This is actually really cool. Set explosives on the weaponry. Oh. Okay. Cool! This is actually amazing! Stun the guard dog. Oh, there's just a stun. He's okay. He's just a dog. He's just trying to be good, okay? Just a poor sweet baby. Hide. Find a place to hide and relay your progress. Okay. Found a spot.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good.
This is amazing.
All is proceeding as planned.
I hope we get more like this.
Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Okay.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point. Seven hells.
Oh my god. I'm like, oh, I'm doing all right. I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. You succeed. Thancred over here. I made it. Easy. Easy.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
I was only seen by one thing, and that was only because I didn't understand the all the controls and stuff yet. That was amazing.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
Yeah, let's see it. At the rear of the Elsebard contingent's supply caravan.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but... Wait! Something's coming!
Oh no, it's a dog!
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
That's such a cool, like, as the Reaper taking out the side, it's like... It's awesome. In the cutscenes, when you take out the side, you have this like, awesome spinny thing.
Protect the others! A brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
Okay. Pretty easy so far. Protect Amanalane's troops. Where's he?
What is
Here. Found him.
Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here!
It's like, the savior of Ishgard is here. She's just, you might not recognize her transformed into a demon, but she's here to help. Promise. I love this job, y'all.
Display,
I love this
but
job.
the other carriages are still in danger.
The other carriages are still in danger.
Hold the line.
Okay. Oh.
We're the only ones still struggling.
It's so nice to finally have some combat. Because like, for so long I feel like we had barely any.
I've been itching for a good scrap.
Same, bro.
You lot alright back there?
We're fine. We're good.
Hear that?
Do I need to go forward? I'm actually not sure.
Get to the front and turn the tide.
Okay. I mean, no, that's it. That's it. That was amazing. That was absolutely amazing. The part with Thancred, so much fun to do. Immediately after the, like going through all the carriages and talking to the different parts of your contingent, that was really nice as well. Didn't feel very tedious or anything. It was good. Good.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
Wasn't it?
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
Okay, so I can't let my void scent eat the whole soul. Like, he can just nibble a little bit. Just gonna take a little bite as a treat. Not the whole thing.
That I did.
Just a little bit. Oh, hey! Fighting.
That's Virgilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
Virgilia's here.
There's no end to them!
I was wondering when you'd turn up. There's no stopping us now. Come on, let's show them what we're made of.
It's so cool that they gave me a special unsheathed weapon specifically for the cutscene.
We have them now! Forward!
Okay.
That's her! Garlean! Do not fall behind!
Oh, here she is. This is her. Oh, she has positional. Though. Bam! Bam! Oh, more. Okay. Death design on everybody. Okay, well, I almost have my buff back up. Almost have the big buff back. Wait, Sadu, what are you doing? Lend Sadu a hand? Oh, she's... It's like, I want to... There's so much for me to focus on. Oh, he home gang everybody. He did OG home gang. Oh, cool. Oh, cool. He's got him chained down. This is how he's gonna win over Sadu. Whoa. Damn, was that Meteor? She casted Meteor. That was awesome. That was awesome. She actually casted Meteor. Whoa. 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 Oh, it's not over yet.
A worthy adversary. Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death.
Radz-at-Han.
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
Ooh, that does not look good. It looks pretty ominous.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. 800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed, bitterly so.
Wow. Wow.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
Her buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
True.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone! Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city. For therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
Good.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a proxy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telothroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
There's no way they don't know we're here.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
'Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
If there are any survivors, we will surely find them.
I have faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
I spy with my little telescope a massive sheep thing. Or maybe it's a cow. Not sure. Not what we're after either way. Is that an ether current? Nope. Snow, snow, snow. Hello. What do I see? Orion Hillock. There's no mistaking it. That's a girl. Survivor? Over there behind that tree. It looks like she's running away from something. They're surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here. Unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is she's wearing a pale green dress. A rather fetching one at that. What are you talking about? Follow her footprints. Okay. He's got warming potions. The poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. Thank you. But won't you need some for yourself? I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. Lest we forget the very reason we're here is to protect those in need. Okay, yes, that's right. She's running away from something. Nope. The girl in the green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. Were you to call out to her from this distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It would be safer to get closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. Okay. She looks like she's scared. Follow the girl from a safe distance. The objective will end in failure if you are noticed. Make use of cover, such as rocks, to approach her without being seen. Similarly, the objective will also end in failure if you fall too far behind. Should you fail to complete the objective, you may try again by returning to the designated location. Easy. I'm hiding. She won't see me here. crap. What the hell? What? Was I not hiding good enough? Maybe she saw my bunny ears poking out behind the rock. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, let's try again. Okay, nice. Did it. Made it. Made it. That wasn't too bad. Still in one piece. Who are you? Stay back. This house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, I just want to talk. I'm Alphino. This is my sister Alice and our good friend Zepla. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all of this. You did this to us. No, sweetie. We didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Telofroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy. Our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we are striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we've met who wasn't already enslaved. How were you able to escape the Telofroi's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name's Licinia. As for how I've managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question ever since that night, and the roar, that terrible roar, and then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure. I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. Why wasn't she affected? Do you have family here? Is this their home? No, this is Victor's spoils. A mansion for retired soldiers, or it was, but now me and a few others are borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe, and I didn't know if you were... The truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help. Can you? Of course. Whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I'd better tell the others first, though. Wait here. What the hell happened here? This is everyone. Licinia says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide us with means of heating the place as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If that's too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. That's a callback. We'll have a fire burning in no time. May we build it under that gazebo? The what? Oh, you mean the bower. Yes, do as you will. I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Menelane's tinctures. Yes. Right. Good idea. Forgot about them. The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Nope, you're good. We have drugs, so you're fine. Have you heard aught of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what's happened. It's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from wind and snow, food production, water purification. The Magitech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. What machina that remains operational cannot be run for lack of ceruleum. Of course, Cerulia Engines is full of this stuff for all the good it does us. No one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. All's well, never been better. Oh, what sweet libation is this? Is it poison by any chance? This is a joke, haha. If I laugh, 'tis that I may not weep, so said the poet. And alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. We are the blessed damned, to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lie dead, or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. And a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash, as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace, each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. Holy shit. What do you want? A tincture? May as well drink it, I suppose. That's my face. Yeah, this face I had to heard it. This? It's a radio. It's so creepy though. Like it adds to this vibe so much. It really feels apocalyptic here. It's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it? You use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular, made with quality components crafted with the finest ore sourced from Locus Amonis. It is not all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over again. Home Beyond the Horizon, an ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Amonis. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hoped to take back what was once ours. It is a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives and that he speaks to us through our radios. I mean, I've been hearing him too, dude. Like, oh no, that's the wrong emperor. It was a cunning strategy. Faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yeah, so he's like, this guy's lost his mind. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. It's very believable that there would be people that believe that. Like, wow, what a scene. I mean, it wasn't even a cutscene, but it was like, it felt like one. It's to make you, So this is what you gave the others? Thank you, I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying in Latrum? I saw Legatus Vergilius troops heading toward the Magna Glacius a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Camp Broken Glass, you call it. And Vergilia and her men are all there now. So how did you reach the Magna Glacius? Did you cross the mountains on foot? Took airship. Airships, and there might be a way to Lysenia. Where is everyone? Or someone else? Is something the matter? I heard her voice. A voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby Amnesty has found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people, too. I just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat a Legatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you've a mind to continue helping us, perhaps you can head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there, people whose job was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food, and that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, we'd have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Well, I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the tappers. You'd best watch out for baby Almasties while we're away. Ah, yes, of course. If I see any, I'll be sure to shoo them away. To reach Tapper's Den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight. But if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky too, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. Okay, well, there's something really sketch going on here. Okay. Oops. I don't know. Just after you left, Lysenia asked me to go and catch up with you in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip that I have a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So this is Tapper's Den. Well then, after you. But, didn't I just... Like, did those guys die? Like... Who are you? What happened to the guards? They're unconscious. I think we're not killing people. Are Yorzians and rebels here to save the people of Garlemald? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hells would you pass up this chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess. None of you are Garlean? You were brought here from other lands? Garabania, Yansha, Bajia, Dalmasca, to name but a few. Some dragged here against our will. Others felt bollocks about a better life. All put to work extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of An, placing us firmly on the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, says we. About the only thing that's escaped more or less unscathed is Cerulia Ingens, still sustaining us even without our even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake. But how can you do that if it's frozen over? Ha, wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum is used for much these days, but with the city in ruins, we take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps stave off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger, unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrel full. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. We can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we managed to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us, thanks to the Empire, and the knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying for the time being. As long as there's a need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald as we knew it is gone for good. Gone for good. Well, yeah. Did you notice? I mean, look around. It's been, like, nuked pretty much. Regardless of what the Yulzabar contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause for celebration, while for others, their whole way of life will have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it's consigned to history, but what of the ordinary people? Their lives, their stories, should they be forgotten too? I suppose we'll have plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. We don't need, like... Okay, it doesn't matter. Some people need ceruleum. Like this group of Garleans at Victor Spoils, they need it. So, you've come seeking ceruleum, have you? Those purebloods up at Victor Spoils sent you to turn in their enemies for help. They must be more desperate than I thought. Then again, Licinia's got her little sister to think about. Oh, okay, that's what it is. Sister? But we only saw Licinia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get it around here. I may have refused Licinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange. But I can spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way. Okay. I can't for the life of me think why Licinia would keep her sister a secret from us. Well, because she doesn't trust us. But we can ask about that after we deliver the ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. Her sister, like her little sister is sick, she needs a protector, it's the end of the world, and we are random people she doesn't know, of course. This isn't right. It's too quiet. Where is everybody? I would have thought Alphino would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone far. Search for Alfie? Oh my gosh. Hey. What happened? What happened? Why are they out here behind? They asked me to help carry supplies. But when I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared rather worse than me. Holy shit. Yeah? Did you kill him? Well, you can't fool us. We know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are. Waiting in the wings for us to show weakness, then in you swoop. Here to help? What rot, all a ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in, put ourselves at your mercy. Put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. Dude, he's like 15, okay? What are you talking about? You're wrong. That's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later. We've got bigger problems. I found empty medicine bottles and a bed that was still warm. It's true, Licinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. Well, she probably She's probably left. But now there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours. And if you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I'd never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot. Thank you, Alice. Say it. This is why I love her. Just say it. Just tell it like it is. Her sister's ill. The empty bottles prove it. So the medicine ran out, or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry, or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from you. You invade our homeland, taint it with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. A Garlean would sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee. Keep their purity intact than be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them since the moment you arrived. They don't want our help. They don't want it. This is getting nowhere, yeah. I cannot say how Licinia and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries and theirs. I will join you in the search after. All right. Oh, no, he's good. He can handle himself now. As a sage. No problem. We'll do our best to find him quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. Better to die free than live in servitude and shame. What an idiot. I'll follow as soon as I can. After I've given them some basic treatment, I'll take the men outside the house and use a light sleeping enchantment to help the rest. Ensure they don't cause any more trouble. Okay. It looks like you can handle yourself off. No, you're fine. I have no problem leaving you here. Even though that guy is being really stupid, it makes complete sense. Like, the girl, we're following her. She clearly doesn't want to be followed. She's super paranoid. They're all super paranoid. Of course they're super paranoid because of what's happened. They're traumatized. And, like, you can't expect them to be reasonable. You can't expect them to be rational at a time like this. And so I think it's more realistic. Especially you have to consider all of the propaganda that they were constantly being fed about Garlemald. That's something that they ate up their whole lives, and it's not something that you just forget overnight. 2 sets of fresh footprints. Young women, judging by the size, this is definitely them. It really would not have made any sense for, like, everybody that we're trying to help to be okay with it, to be willing to accept help from people that had been considered savages by, like, savages in quotes, like that was the word Garlemald Empire tend to refer to Eorzeans with. They don't, like, accepting help. The trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so as not to leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with beasts. I can only imagine how hard it must be for her ailing sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Alphino's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. In spite of it, all that, like all their paranoia, they still, like, opened up a little bit about what happened, because I think it's just one of those things that if something like this happens, it might be the only thing you're thinking about. And you'll talk about it to anyone that asks. Either that or like the other extreme where you won't talk about it to anyone, no matter who it is. Oh, I see another thing over there. I didn't see how much XP I got for this fate. Oh my god, it's blood. The blood staining the snow appears to be fresh. Judging by the amount, the victim may have been severely wounded. The trail of blood leads southeastwards. Okay. Over here. Licinia. Oh, they're dead. They're dead. The two bodies are already cold, so I thought. So I thought. Can't help everybody. Can't save everybody.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why? Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
Yeah.
What if we're only making it worse?
I mean, in the end, it was their paranoia and like the mental harm, like the emotional harm caused by what happened. Like they might have escaped physically, but
maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold. I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all.
no. They were really disturbed. So I'm gonna say no. Definitely not.
I want to understand. So I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
It might take a lot of time. And it could take lifetimes. Alice and Alphino tell me they have finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrained from saying much more than that. Clearly they're reluctant to provide details. Might I ask for your account? Yeah. You have to consider the psychological state of the people that have been affected.
We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Yeah.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
Yes. Oh my god, yes. You should have come with...
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
You didn't know? You're just...
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering.
Yeah, really.
So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Popularis, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Zenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the 3rd Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvus is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession. And in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
What?
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varys giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
The Tower of Babel.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Varys spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you. A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Jullus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
I hope you're not gonna bring up what happened with Lysania. Like, I really hope you don't. What would your mother say if I let you 2 go by yourselves?
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
Couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
I'm sorry. Have you not heard of me? Are you not aware?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
Again, totally, like, expected reaction from people here. You will be received as invited guests, and so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return. Well, isn't it like the Garlean salute we do? Thancred in particular will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over and keep you. Okay. Are you and the children ready? Like, honestly, from his perspective, he doesn't know who they are at all. You can kind of like see where he's coming from with, like, you're really gonna send like 2 15-year-olds. I will explain the route once we're outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. Zepla. Where have I heard that before? Was it on YouTube? No matter. Alpha and Alice will watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you're to run, not saunter. Run towards the station. If you even think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we go around them. I wonder how this is gonna go. I have no idea. I have no idea how this is gonna go. I'm gonna guess very badly. This is the first stop, that is. First stop. Good. Looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No. We're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept to your side of the bargain, we can carry on. This is Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations. It now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I'll be with you soon. Just wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. Oh, I can mount. I don't know why I'm like... Whoa. So I have not been here before. Weird. This feels really weird. I had no idea they had such expansive structures built underground. There's something that looks so modern in Final Fantasy 14. It's plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed. And if Jullus was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass and search for food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold, much like Victor's spoils. It must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guests, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander's in the locomotive over there.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Van Kina, Legatus of the First Legion.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and Empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
Oh, what a dick.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. We wish to help you. Let us help you.
I missed a bit.
If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. But after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
It's already, like, your empire is already over, okay? Like, it's already complete. Like, look around you.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost, all because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not?
It's because your nation goes around conquering and enslaving people, and like no one wants to be involved with you because of that.
Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope.
But whose freedom are we talking about?
It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock.
Yep, that's pretty much exactly how I thought this was gonna go.
Stop! Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if she allowed herself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No.
That's right.
If she refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
Oh, this guy's such an asshole. That's how, I guess that's how you...
needn't worry about us.
Okay.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
Because even the most bitter adversary may one day see reason.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
I mean, he's not stupid. He's clearly very thoughtful. He's just a dick.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that really did go exactly how I thought. Like, I feel like it was not gonna go well. It's you, Zepla Moon. I served under Lord Quintus in the 14th Legion. I was there on the night the Praetorium fell.
Such devastation! This was not my intention!
Yeah, me too. You and your adventures, you killed my comrades, my friends, swept them aside in their dozens. Oh shit, man. You saw us, like, she watched us literally sprint through Praetorium, gather up them all, and AoE them down as fast as possible, man. She's seen it. She's seen it all. They weren't nothing. They were really good XP. And maybe I am too. Just another faceless enemy to be cut down. But it won't be long until our countrymen return. Until you get what you deserve. Mark my words. What are you talking about? Oh my god. This radio is the same model as the one used at Victor's Spoils. Perhaps it's what saved the soldiers here. Yep. I know who you are, the so-called champion of yours. You know, come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face. I'd like to see you try. I'd like to see... By the blood of our fallen compatriots, I swear I'll... Damn, tore the sutures. I mean, look. That girl had a point about Praetorium, alright? She had a point. Castrum, Praetorium, man. Like, how many Garleans have we killed, like, without even thinking about it? Like, how many can we gather up and AoE down all at once? Of all the times, the worst of the lot within striking distance, and I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the third bleeding us, we'd be the end of you. Virgilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus his life, but we made our escape. Took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then night fell. We gathered around the radio, then the roar, the terrible roar. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you can call this a mercy. Mind intact, but body broken. A soldier in name alone. I'd cut you down where you stand if I could. Murderer. Jullus, the people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from the nearby houses, as most families kept some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still, going out and getting it is dangerous work, and we have a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is the greater concern. We had some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees, or one of the afflicted for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. If it's ceruleum you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. No surprises there. If we can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Everything will change. Oh, wait. Okay. I remember. Those mysterious countrymen of yours, I assume. Heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or in the bastard's words, loyal servants of the Toloforoi. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. We'd identified the seat of the enemy's power, we realized. Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion saying as much and instructing them to join forces with the provincial legions to prepare for a combined assault on the Toloforoi. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running for the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. Our allies, rather.
Your allies? And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before the reinforcements reach Garlemald. They need help now. Say the word, and we will bring you ceruleum. I mean, they can't... I'll speak with Lord Quintus. They can't say no. They cannot decline. They need it, or the people are going to be dying off. No. He will not place Garlemald in the debt of her enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Very well. After all, many hands make light work. You lot are more trouble than you're worth. Well, I mean, Garleans really, really hate us, and I can see why. But it's like we're on a humanitarian mission. And you just, in a situation like this, you have to offer help. Well, you gotta. You gotta. The, Quintus literally cannot comprehend the idea of a humanitarian mission. Like, he does not understand this at all, because that's probably not his style. Oh, it's a park. It is a park. Wow. It was a park, rather. It's really creepy. Seeing this, it's like showing you. Tour of the park, map of the park. Wow, wow. Some trees, so you can just look around and imagine what it was like. So this is the park. I'm surprised they found space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were later built around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. This park was named after the founding father of the empire, the great Solus Zoscalvus. Did we come to extract ceruleum from the wrecked Magitech armor? No, we've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the machina in the vicinity. But as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. And while I don't expect to find anything here, I've decided to try one more time in case something has been overlooked. I see. And with your permission, we'll commence the search. This is so stupid. So like we're like, hey, we have ceruleum and we can bring it to you for free. Will you let us do that? Like, just say yes and we'll bring you ceruleum. And they're like, actually, no, but you can help search for like tiny droplets in this ruined park. Because that's like an order from us on our mission and our idea, so it's gonna be okay in terms of our pride. It's a bunny boy here on the swing. Hey. So do you come here often? Me neither. That's a good screenshot. Oh. You're looking at me. You're watching the stream. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're friends now. Because I'm taking screenshots. Okay, bye. Bye. That was fun. Thanks for coming to the park with me today. Okay, bye. Adam? Okay. But wait. But wait. I never got your name. Would be a creeper. Like sending the request. Here's over the... Okay. Up to you. I mean... Friend. I mean, a friend at the park today. The weather was like kind of bad. But... I mean, it was still fun. What was I supposed to be doing here? Getting ceruleum. Maybe he thinks I'll find something. Like, maybe I'll find some, like... Gatorade bottle. They're not drinking ceruleum. Okay, Jullus, I didn't find anything. Oh, it's you. Any luck? No. No. There's no sign of any ceruleum. Hardly surprising, but disappointing, nonetheless. Couldn't help noticing you gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? Well, I mean, take a guess. No, everything's good. Feeling great. Just like I remember it. Just like old times. What? Yes. I mean, no. It's just... I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over. So like all the other children, they just had to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed there if I didn't drag them out. We'd be sopping wet when all was said and done, every time. And every time when we get home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. The pond was heated. With a ceruleum-powered heater, by chance? I suppose it must have been, come to think of it. I remember seeing engineers changing out a tank beneath the hatch. But that was a long time ago, when the water still flowed clear, and wasn't this brackish muck. We can't see a thing. I can't remember where the hatch might be. With machinery most likely broken, the amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. Yeah, that's what I said. I'd wager it's still unbearably cold, though. Jullus, what are your thoughts on magic? The average Garlean would jump out of their skin if they saw it. But the first has a few foreign signiferi and medici, so it doesn't scare me. Then I take it you won't mind if I employ a little now. Alpha knows you have a knack for finding dry wood. Why don't you bring me some? When that's done, a blast of Vrtra should do the trick. Leave it to me. You're not planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. That tank isn't gonna fetch itself. It's nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed ceruleum from a frozen lake, like how the tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park. We have a way of warming ourselves up after. But that's insane. Fancy a dip? Step aside while I drink the pond dry. That way, we'll find it in no time. That may be the stupidest thing I've heard in a while. That's saying something, considering who my brother is. Oh man. With a burn like that, we won't need the ceruleum, Alice say. I can't fault your enthusiasm, though. Let's do it my way first, and if that doesn't work, perhaps then you can try your method with Alphino's help. Beneath the water, your fingers catch on what you think might be a handle. I got it. Yes. You open the hatch and retrieve a ceruleum tank. Wow. Oh. However, your grand discovery comes at great personal cost as you become acutely aware of the freezing cold and a rancid odor emanating from every elm of your body. Jullus will doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver to him your prize. No, it didn't freeze because it's so dirty, like I said. Call me an old Dawn, because by fire I am reborn, and by clothes, my clothes are mostly dry now too. I appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated in Lord Quintus's eyes, you're still envoys deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, but all's well that ends well. Jullus, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire, awarded an estate. We lived well, better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you could imagine, and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat and sitting down for a hot meal with family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving that same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, in that brief respite, the ice would melt and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Gray clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings, we'd climb to the top of the tallest building we could find to watch the sun rise. Never again. Those rooftops are rubble, those friends dead, and those memories. But if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had, soon our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. As you can see, the place is littered with the remnants of various types of war machina. While my comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from the less damaged units, those that took a more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those from another time, that time being now. Rather than prise them apart piece by piece, it would be quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by these devices is relatively weak, I would advise you to stand well clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. Before even bothering though, you should check that Magada's ceruleum gauge to see if there's any left. It should still provide an accurate reading, even if the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use an explosive or not. Should you need more, come to me. If medals for outstanding service were awarded to inanimate objects, this champion among ceruleum tanks would surely deserve one. You've done it again. Truly, luck is on your side. With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters this time we headed back. Wait here while I go and see how Alice and Alphino are faring. Okay. Oh, he said wait here. Not follow me. Okay, I wait.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we?
Oh my god, yes.
Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of our scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything.
Quintus is there, and he's a dick. And, they're desperate, but they don't want our help.
The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile.
I don't know about Alice.
It's a poor attempt at humor.
It was funny, man.
In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
What?
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us. My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate.
The 10th could be here.
Clearly something
Ready?
requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now or after they join with the 10th is another question. Will they ever escape this cult? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Jullus spoke?
It's Jullus. I've been saying Jullus.
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil.
That's such a stupid decision because, like, we vastly outnumber them. We have all the supplies. We're not just going to give up the supplies. So they're going to keep Alphino and Alizé as hostages? Like, this is a really not a great strategic move at this time for them. They have nothing. Like, all their people are dying.
Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
Well, you can tell he's not happy with it.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
Oh my god, is he gonna do it?
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Everything will be alright. Have faith.
Get them out of here.
He's got a soft heart. He didn't press it immediately. A lot of them would have, I imagine. He's probably not happy with the fact that the ceruleum is not going straight to warm people. Also. They'll be fine, providing they do not resist. Once again, Jullus has been entrusted with an unenviable task. You will accompany me back to your camp, where I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Before we depart, however, there is something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. That task falls to Legionaries Marcellinus and Octavia, who will pilot match-tech armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the eel for further details in those words. Once you've seen to that, meet me by the exit. Ask the eel, he said. So that's to be the way of it after all this. How ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. If those are my orders, then so be it. For the glory of Garlemald. Ask the eel, so Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I knew he would understand, that he would recognize the savage is a ruthless, merciless creature, and to defeat him, we too must be uncompromising. I am ready. In the name of Emperor Varus, for the glory of Garlemald, I will fulfill my duty. Jesus. They talk just like the tempered people, but they're not. Have you done as instructed? Their duties involve more than the transportation of supplies, don't they? Duty is rarely a simple thing. We have been given additional orders, though whether we will be required to follow them depends entirely on your contingent. You and I are in this together now. Like it or not, we have to cooperate. There is one other matter, a place I'd like to visit on the way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. Maybe I was wrong about this guy. And he's like, actually, not soft-hearted. It's his house.
This is my home. Our home.
Oh, he doesn't mean me and him. I'm like, this is Soviet. Soviet Garlemald. Our home. No, he's not. He's talking about other people. The Garleans.
At least it was until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to.
Shut up, man. It's horrible to even consider what that would have been like.
I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center. The blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us?
Doesn't seem like there are any gods. Just primal.
I'm sorry, I forget I spoke. We should go.
no use.
Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But she wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
So cold.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people, one race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos, searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics, to see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. it only spurs me onward. To find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship.
It's so stupid.
Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
That's really sweet.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alice.
Well, well. Look who it is.
The scouts have secured Alice and Alphino. Their collars were removed without complication as well.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought was going to happen.
They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed.
Indeed.
I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
It was such a stupid, proposition, honestly.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Oh, shit.
Ambush!
Oh, shit. So that's what they use the ceruleum for? Instead of protecting their own?
We, the loyal soldiers of the 1st Legion, proud servants of Garlemald. of the fallen Emperor Varys shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return! Stop, both of you!
Whoa. Cool. Holy shit.
This child may be the worst emissary I've ever seen.
He's a super powerful nature entity.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Well, well, well.
Lies. Every word.
They're not gonna believe that.
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
Oh, shit.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision.
They were holding out for the 10th. Without their support, they have no choice.
Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you. I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I. Memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Holy shit. Holy shit.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
I mean, it's like, I didn't like the guy, but obviously didn't want this to happen. Holy shit. Wow. Wow. It's like, it is tragic because he just did not believe that peace and prosperity could be possible for the world unless the world was completely united under the Garlean rule, because that's the propaganda that he'd been taught for his entire life. That's what most people here believed. And that's their whole identity built around that. Like, for some, accepting help from the enemy is just, it's like treason. Much and more has occurred since last we met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. Well, you can't. Before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First Legion and the disposition of their forces. They're in bad shape. They're preparing for war while the refugees in their care were left to go hungry. A reckless, short-sighted plan that risks the welfare of the people they're sworn to protect. Yeah, Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we were to arrive in force with the intent to do so, we would only incite panic. But perhaps they can be persuaded to follow one of their own. Go with Jullus back to the station and have him lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling or unable to leave, but for the time being, I'll take what I can get. Alphino, Alice, and the scouts sent to extricate them should already be at the station. I will also have our other comrades in the area lend their support, should it be needed. Thinking about everything that's happened so far, it does not feel like we have helped the Garleans at all. We helped some by not killing them, so that's something. We helped some of them refuel their weapons that they could use on us, so that's something too. This is really, like, we're not only are we not making progress here, I would say we're actually making negative progress. We're regressing. It's been really interesting so far here in Garlemald because the story has been teaching about Garlemald. It's been teaching about Garlean life, but it has not been trying to like, wow, it's a car. It's not necessarily been trying to make you feel really sympathetic. It's not trying to win you over. Like, there's no like Garlean that's really suddenly wants to be your best friend or anything like that. Like, that hasn't occurred. And I think that's good, because that would not be, that wouldn't make any sense. The plan B, which he knew he was gonna have to do, was attack, like do the ambush. And this guy, Jullus, like, he was pretty sure he was not gonna make it out. That is why he stopped at his family's house one last time before going to battle. Because I think he saw that as his last stand. The thing is, they kept repeating the same thing, like at the park and then at this guy's house. The thing they kept saying was, "Oh, when our countrymen arrive, then we're gonna take it all back and we're gonna rebuild it, and it's all gonna be okay again. We're gonna rebuild what we had, so we won't have to debase ourselves by working with you people that, like, we see as so much lower than us." But without that option, and just backed into a corner with no other options, they have, like, it's just complete despair here. And as awful, Like, as much as they hate us, I mean, of course, I sympathize with them in that way because I try to put myself in the position of having been fed all that propaganda for a lifetime and never questioning it. We arrived just before you did, and too late. Too late for what? What's happened? It's Lord Quintus. He took his own life. After the news about the 10th, he relieved us of our duties then when he was alone. No, he wouldn't. Thancred and the others, assisted by the soldiers, have seen to the remains. In due course shall the legatus be afforded a proper burial. He released us from our duty. He wanted us to be free to choose our own fate. Without him to guide us, I have just this moment spoken with Lucia. We were ready to commence the transfer of the refugees here to Camp Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die, but most of us just want to live. The songs and standards be damned, we just want to live. Wow, like I'm really, it's jarring and yet at the same time expected how this has gone so far. Like what interacting with them has been like so far. Because it's like, okay, we're going off to Garlemald, we're gonna save them, we're gonna help them all out, let's get ready, they're gonna love it. It's not like that. It's not like that. Not so simple. Zepla, I was informed of Quintus' suicide. It must have come as a great shock to his men. What of the refugees? I'm told some were receptive to our proposal, but I would hear your first-hand account. That so many did not hesitate to accept proves how desperate their situation has become. We'll do our best to make them feel welcome. The troops who participated in the ambush are no exception. They will be afforded the same treatment as any other refugees, perfidy notwithstanding. After all, even if I wanted to make an example of them, there's no one left to learn from it. We will tell our allies that these soldiers were acting under the direct orders of their legatus, and that following his suicide, they offered a full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintus thought that had he lived, he would be tried as a war criminal, and his men punished with him. Perhaps by taking his own life, he hoped to absolve them of any culpability. Or perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer to the end. I think it's the latter one. Who can say? I didn't know the man or his heart. His reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him, and it falls to us to clean up the mess. Holy shit. Wow. I assume you're curious about how matters have progressed here in your absence. Quite well, as it happens. Now that we've procured cerulean from Tapper's Den, the recently repaired heaters can provide much needed warmth. Furthermore, we've prepared sufficient food for everyone. Those from Tertium shall find a hot meal waiting upon their arrival. There's one for you. So go ahead and get some well-earned rest. I believe that we're capable of wielding a ladle or two without your assistance. On your way, might I ask you to seek out Ishtola? She was but recently attending to the wounded, but she's meant to be taking a rest herself. See that she is. She wasn't doing too well earlier. I mean, it's like Look around. We've got people with medicine, we have food, we have a warm place we're taking refugees in. Like, we have not been here very long, and the Eorzean Alliance has already been able to, like, create an actual refuge for people. And so when this guy, Quintus, is like, well, why wouldn't you want to accept the rule of Garlemald? The Eorzean Alliance is doing an excellent job taking care of people and putting the people's needs first. And actually, well, I don't want to spoil the Reaper quest. I don't want to spoil the Reaper quest for people, but the Reaper quest actually gives really, really good, helpful backstory. I don't want to say more than that about Garlemald. It's just some stuff about Garlemald. Yes, I've been taking proper breaks and imbibing sufficient water, but what of the Warrior of Light? You and the twins have an established history of reckless disregard for your own well-being. We're all fortunate that none of you landed yourselves in my care. Already quite enough to deal with between the tempered and the first wounded. Alas, though I can mend their bodies, the toll their experiences have taken on their hearts and minds is another matter altogether. For their sakes, we mustn't waver, nor must we rush ahead in eagerness to see the day one, and in so doing invite disaster. Upon settling down for supper, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Oh, I'm ready. I'm ready to settle down for a restful supper. I'm ready. Moon.
Is that all of them?
The last of those who agreed to join us, yes.
We left heaters and provisions for those who wish to stay behind. They won't last forever, but hopefully they'll last long enough.
For now, I think everyone's earned a rest. We'll see to those in need of medical attention, so take the others with you and get yourselves some hot soup.
Warmth. At last.
Marvelous, isn't it? All thanks to the resourceful machinists of Ishgard, I might add. On their behalf, I bid you warm yourself to your heart's content.
Hold on. Your people might have scribbled a few things on a piece of parchment, but it was our Minson Smiths that put the bloody things together.
Well, be that as it may, we single-handedly got the interior heating up and running again, didn't we?
The hells you did? We were there every step of the way.
We? You barely raised a finger to help, you ale-sodden reprobate.
I did a damn sight more than you lily-livered bilge rat.
Oh, shit.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
This guy seems like really conflicted.
At ease, man. There's nothing funny in it.
What?
I'm from Alamigo, but was a conscript until recently. Used to eat this with the officers.
Apparently, it's adapted from a steppe recipe. This is my first time trying it, and I have to say, it's not half bad.
It's a bit too flavorful for my liking.
Perhaps compared to what you're used to.
Damn. See the resistance guy? Give it. Like.
It's the little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
I just can't imagine, like, how is he feeling and, like, what is he thinking? Because
I know this is not a dream, and yet
it's pretty. It's a like, his whole world just got turned completely upside down.
I felt the same way at the Dragon Song War's end. Every morning I would step outside and need to be reminded that it wasn't my imagination, that my world had been forever changed. And just as I had grown accustomed to the idea, again you change my world in ways I never thought possible. Were it not for you and your fellow scions, the rifts between man and dragon and myriad tribes might never have been bridged. The Grand Company of Eorzea, the Ilsabard contingent, we owe it all to you. We've shed many tears in recent days, of pain and sorrow, triumph and joy. I much prefer the latter.
We often don't have the luxury of choice.
Indeed, we can but do our utmost to unite these disparate peoples and lead them to victory.
It is a remarkable achievement. Everything that I and the Populares had hoped for, and more.
Would that it had come sooner.
Indeed. Too many are not here to see it. And yet, there is a warmth in my breast, as if they still share in this moment.
Yes, I know what you mean. On a night like tonight, the wind and cold seem to pass me by.
Oh my god, it's the flower. To let me know what emotions we're feeling. Thanks, Heidelin. I guess it's like hope for the blue one. I think, I'm not sure. It's ambient emotions, so like what everybody's feeling.
On behalf of the Garlean Empire, thank you for inviting me today.
What? Emperor Varus?
They are being tempered. The talismans! Quickly!
What about the radio?
Save me, brave hero! My lord has requested your presence, and I would hate to disappoint him.
Okay. This dude. God. He's the worst. I think every time I see Fandaniel, I hate him a little more, and I'm starting to even get really annoyed by his voice.
The experiment was a success, but I fear our time is short. I shall begin the preparations.
Oh, what? Oh no, am I going to be tested on?
It is time for you to awaken.
He wants it's a date.
Good morrow to you. Here, have a taste before it gets cold. Oh, but be sure to remove your helmet. Take a moment, too, to familiarize yourself with that borrowed flesh.
What? What the fuck?
So, how does it feel? I, for one, find those first moments within a new body to be most refreshing. We had a Magitech engineer by the name of Owlus to thank for this soul extraction and implantation. I believe the two of you met briefly in Alamigo. His was a rather sticky end, wasn't it? Thankfully, he was thoughtful enough to leave behind his mind-jack technology. I took the liberty of making some improvements and selecting you as my esteemed test subject.
Oh my god. Oh no, I can't use the Vrtra voice because... Give me back my body. Give me back my body.
And permit you to go on a righteous rampage instead of partaking in this delicious meal? I think not.
Of course he's not gonna just give it back.
I must say, I've gone to great lengths to reunite you with my lord.
Oh my god.
When I discovered that his friend was in this neck of the woods, I suggested inviting you over for dinner. He never deigned to respond, but I took his silence as a resounding yes.
What the hell? Oh my god.
Oh my! Daddy is pleased his grumpy little boy has finally found his playmate.
God, what the hell?
Exposition is in order. The Garlean Empire has long outlawed all forms of religion. No gods to worship, no risk of summoning. Brilliantly simple. But people being people must turn to something or someone in their hour of need. Who then? Why, His Radiance the Emperor, of course.
Oh my god.
As you have observed firsthand, Garlemald has seen better days. The legendary Solus Galvus, dead. Provinces near and far in open rebellion. Our bold new emperor assassinated. And that last one even sparked a civil war. What rotten luck. The people cried out for salvation. Their earnest pleas, one might even call them prayers, a supplication united for the Empire to reclaim her former glory. And so their will did manifest, channeled through the corpse of none other than Emperor Varus himself.
What?
And lo, the Savior was born.
Oh my God.
The embodiment of the Garlean spirit. Their anima.
Holy shit! Oh!
It calls to its subjects, compelling them to take up arms and fight. And just as the wealth and power gravitate towards the Empire's capital, so too does ether from every corner of the globe. The towers with which you and your allies have been so preoccupied were created as an extension of anima itself. An ingenious design.
Yeah, so they really were just tentacles after all.
Would you not agree, my lord?
I can't believe he hasn't said anything. Because I'm not in my body, so he doesn't like it. He doesn't want it.
Does the pursuit of prey you have bested before excite you?
Yeah.
Of course not. Absent the challenge, the thrill, your prize is a hollow victory. Butchery.
God, I hate this too. Fandaniel man sucks.
Perhaps you think that to be the extent of my promise. I have no doubt fallen in your estimation since Alamigo. Fair enough. But do not let your disdain deprive us, of an opportunity to craft an even more majestic moment of euphoria. I have been honing my craft as I set the stage for our reunion. Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, you appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star.
Yeah. So?
The chaos and destruction that my hordes have wrought are my gifts to you alone. At a loss for words? No matter. As you will learn, I have only just begun.
Oh, will you not finish your meal?
There is only one thing that can sate my hunger. And it would seem my friend has lost her appetite. I hoped this display of civility might prove an entertaining diversion. But clearly we are above such pretensions. While my lifeless body was in the possession of the Ascian, I too claimed another's as my own. It was an enlightening experience to fight in an unfamiliar form. Flaws and failings in my technique were plain to see. Whence rises one's true strength? The flesh? The soul? Perhaps you should like to discover the answer for yourself.
Oh my god. No way. What? You... Oh my god, what a piece of shit, man.
Or together.
Oh, it's even worse than I thought! Oh my god, no! No way! No way! No way! No way! No! Get out of there!
Oh dear! Whatever would happen if my lord were to greet your friends as you?
Oh
I
no!
shudder to imagine what carnage he would wreak.
No! Get the fuck out of here, Fandaniel! I want to hear your shitty voice!
We'd better hurry if we want to avert the bloodbath. You can thank me.
Oh my god! Oh no! Oh no! No! This is horrible. This is real bad. Oh man.
Ah, there it is. Your camp, I believe.
Man.
If I were to hazard a guess, I would say that you, the other you, is making her way there as we speak.
This bad.
Alas, this you will have to walk from here. Or run, if you can manage it. My lord would be cross if I made it too easy.
This is so sick because it's like, it's just a game. You are literally a puppet. Literally a puppet for them.
I'd not
in their little games.
Chance. After all, you've obstacles enough to overcome. Right on cue.
Right on cue. Holy shit. Holy shit. They are...
tempered soldiers, with standing orders to kill those not sworn to Anima. Under normal circumstances, you would make short work of them. But on this occasion, the odds are not so heavily stacked in your favor.
He's cheating, though. He's cheating. I thought... I didn't think Zenos would do something like this. I really didn't think he would stoop to this level. Oh my god, I got oh no. I'm a gladiator. Oh man.
I don't even know where to go. I got a timer on me. This is so crappy. I've got like, what's my HP? Look, I'm getting my ass kicked by a random mob.
Given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows. Scurrying about like a rodent.
Man, they're gonna pay for this so hard. Well, it's not cool that it's still running out when you are reading it. You may use medical kits to store depleted every... Okay. Okay. Okay, so it says do not get... Do not attack any Magitech. I'm screwed. I am not gonna make it. This isn't, I don't see how I'm gonna make it. I can't go that way. There's Magitech that way. Okay, we gotta go this way. We gotta go this way. Oh man, I gotta click as well. I'm a clicker now. I've gotta click through. I've gotta like, try to gather some, this is survival mode. Do you have any med kits on you? No. This is what it's like for the Garleans. This is what it's like to be a Garlean without any magic and being like killed instantly in Praetorium. Now the shoe's on the other foot. Okay, I get it, I get it. At least I'm not in Praetorium. Right? That would be worse. Maybe something for me here. There's too many Magitechs that way. Find the identification key and fuel. Oh. I can use it. If I have fuel. Okay. Come on, Halone. Use the rage. Give me your rage, Halone. My rage is more than Halone's at this time. Rest assured. But we can't use Rage of Zepla combo because Zepla... Oh my god, I don't even want to think about what Zenos is doing with my body right now. I've gotta not fight everything I see. That's my problem. Fuel concealing wreckage. Nice. Carry it. My palms are sweaty, knees weak, mouth spaghetti. Okay. But don't think I'm not done being really pissed off at Fandaniel. What is Zenos doing with my body right now? This is a fate worse than death, making me not a bunny, taking away my ears. It's sick, man, it's sick. Okay, refuel. Thought I was the only one left. The bastards got my hand. When they took down the magic area, it was like, he take this key. If I had the use of my hand, I might have stood a chance out there. Send help if you can't.
Okay. He lost his hand. Now, I have Magitech. Clear a path. Now you know what it's like to be a Garlean, okay? Now you know what it's like because they don't have magic and they're not bunnies naturally, so they're really weak. They're just, they have to rely on this stuff. And that sucks. Okay, disembark and proceed. Well, oh, I can't ride it all the way there? We're not done yet. Oh, we're not done. I got 10 minutes left. Oh, shit, man. Who's that? Please help us. No. Okay. You're one of us, right? No. No. Where's Heidelin now? Where's my flower now to let me know how I'm feeling? That was really helpful, Heidelin. Well, actually, it wouldn't be helpful because it's on my body. Yeah, okay. I keep forgetting I don't have my body. I can't believe what happened. I can't believe what happened. Stunned? Stunned? Jesus. Stack, 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 stack. Oh man, this is like hard. Ugh. This is hard mode. This is actually. It's just really hard that I have to click everything. Ooh! What? It was a blast? What now? Unable to escape the blast, you begin to lose consciousness. Try to stay awake, stay awake! Crawl? Everyone else dead. You want me to crawl? Damn it. Where are you? No. I don't have your little gem, man. I don't have your little Jolly Rancher, man. I don't know. It's in my other pockets, in my other jeans. Okay, this is fading. This is fading. I'll still have time. I can still do this. I just gotta get up. God, this body sucks. It's the worst. Like... This guy didn't take good care of his body.
It is a miracle we were able to restrain the Tempered without suffering casualties.
A welcome one. Arun, Senna, and the others have their hands full as it is. Thankfully, there are enough scales for everyone.
And what of Jullus? His symptoms were particularly severe.
They were, but others fared still worse, including some brought back from the Magna Glacius. As those in most desperate need take priority, it may be a while before he receives treatment. But rest assured that he will. In the meantime, we must find our missing friend. May the Fury guide you.
Of all the bloody times for a disappearing act.
Right when the first wave struck, we'd be fools to think it a coincidence. But where even to begin the search? No one saw her leave in the chaos, and we've no trail to follow.
While I know full well she can handle herself, I worry all the same.
This earwiggle is not a good... Speak of the devil, indeed.
Well, time to call off the search.
Case closed.
That's her, over there.
Aye, 'twould appear so. Thou art struggling to perceive her presence?
She knows my ether color.
I am. Perhaps, in the aftermath of the wave, there is some residual effect interfering with my faculties. But...
Where have you been? We've been worried sick.
Now. All's well that ends well. Are you all right?
Are you all right?
They know something's up.
Who are you?
They know immediately. He didn't even try to act it. What the? What? It's me. Get away from them, you bastard! Piece of shit, I'll kick your ass! Oh, kick your ass. Give me my ears back! What is happening? Oh my god.
Sadly, that is all we have time for today. The effect has run its course, and back to your own bodies you must go.
Oh my god. I'm so pissed with them. What now?
But where are my manners? We have all traveled so very far, and I've yet to pay my respects. Though in my defense, I was ill-prepared to receive so many uninvited guests. As such, preliminary entertainments were in order. A handful of tempered soldiers to hamper your progress. Refugees to command your attention while I siphon the ceruleum from the shadows. Particularly effective. Charitable souls that you are, you bent over backwards to aid them, heedless of the delay, predictable to a fault. And so my plan approaches completion unhindered.
We are predictable. It's so easy for him to lay traps for us.
Anima will soon have absorbed the requisite amount of ether. And then shall come the spectacle to end all spectacles. The eldest and most powerful of primals will awaken, and all shall bear witness to the final days.
What is my hearing?
The gods themselves will be my meal. Your dear companions my dessert. Upon this world I'll feast, and death shall follow in my wake.
He sounds like a void servant. That's how he talks.
All your hate, all your rage, you will render unto me.
He had a really messed up, I think I saw, maybe it was his avatar. Oh, wait.
For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe.
Yeah, I remember that.
More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
Yeah, that was...
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation.
The attrition wrought upon your companions. Just for being the warrior of life.
Thank goodness. She's awake.
So, is everyone all right?
Perfectly fine, yes. I hope the same can be said of you.
I'm fine, but I'm really pissed. Oh my gosh, check the nails.
Everything in working order?
Oh my god. I'm okay.
That's a relief. Oh, and before I forget, thanks for coming to our rescue.
Given recent events, I would be surprised if you weren't feeling a bit poorly.
What exactly was the... like... Okay.
A hearty meal and a long rest would be my recommendation under normal circumstances, but these are anything but. If Fandaniel's boasts are to be believed, we must act quickly.
I came here, it was just like to toy with us. To use, to like brag about what they're going to do.
Once you've blown away the cobwebs, we can discuss preparations for our assault on the Tower of Babel.
I thought that Warrior of Light body could not be possessed. I'm remembering the Sin Eaters and there were Sin Eater versions of Ardbert's companions. There was not a Sin Eater Ardbert. But Elidibus was able to use Ardbert's body. There was a reason for that. I need to think about it. Strange comfort in knowing I'm no longer the only one to have been used as a villain's puppet. 'Tis still you. My apologies, I realized too late that the ether emanating from the tower was distorting my perception. It was likely a temporary effect, but I remain wary. The body you were forced to inhabit turned cold and stiff the moment you were returned to your own. Perhaps the soul it belonged to is long gone. Let us pray it is so, for I doubt it would be better off in the care of Zenos or Fandaniel. I will require a detailed report on what occurred. We'll see you are not yourself, for the contingent, of course. I saw Zenos' avatar. I feel like he is becoming more and more like a void scent. In broad terms, I can say I've heard void scent speak, and he was talking exactly like the way that they speak. And I won't promise this. Yeah, really. She's like, nothing out of place, no missing bits. Good, though I won't promise the same for Fandaniel and Zenos after I'm through with them. How much must these people suffer before they're satisfied? How many cruel, pointless tricks must they play? This ends now. I'm with you on that.